Okay. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I just woke up, so I'm a bit sleepy. But as you might guess from the title of this stream, we are doing some motion canvas development today. Hopefully. I don't have any specific plans for today. Mostly just go through some pull requests and hopefully implement some features. We're working on the tool, as in the software itself. We're not gonna be animating anything with it today, just to avoid confusion. Hi, hello everyone. Okay, so sort of first really easy check that we have is the new camera pull request, which adds a camera component to motion canvas, which is something that basically allows you to display a part of the scene in a different place and sort of move camera around. So this pull request was opened by one of our maintainers. So there's not much to check really. Since we actually talked about this together before, it's mostly just how do you say that? Just a matter of not tradition. I don't know how to say that. There is a way to say that though. Yeah, it's a really simple component. Then I guess the documentation is the biggest file here. So I guess the only thing that I want to do here is just check this pull request and see if everything is okay. Oh, what local comments do I have? Okay. Oh, I see, because I have the version from before the force push, okay. Never mind. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab some example from the docs. And paste it here. Let's see. Is Motion Canvas an Electron app? No, it runs in the browser. Greetings from Massachusetts. Greetings. Okay, so currently the scene is contained here as this square and this circle, while the actual scene has only a camera component, which is responsible for rendering it on the screen. Although I can already tell that there is a problem with highlighting. The different nodes, because the overlay is being rendered here, while the actual node is here. So it starts in the correct place, but then as the scale increases, it just gets flown away. Good morning. I could have called yesterday, so these streams are perfectly timed for me to chill on the couch and relax. I'm sorry to hear that. You could have called. Okay, so drawing overlay is handled in the view 2D, I believe. Or even higher in the scene 2D. So when we draw an overlay, we iterate over every single camera, retrieve the scene that this camera is rendering, and we check if the node that we are rendering is inside of the scene. And if so, we sort of use a different sort of matrix to draw this overlay. And so it seems to work just fine for like, oh no, hold on. If I get rid of zoom, it still doesn't work. If I get rid of rotation. Okay, so translation works as expected. Rotation is what breaks it. It feels like, you know, the scene is rotating along this pivot in the center, but the overlay is rotating around this corner of the scene, right? At least this is how it looks like. So what about the zooming? Yeah, and the zooming is also problematic. Again, the size seems to be okay, but again, the pivot is like here, in the wrong spot. Man, this is my least favorite thing, which is dealing with matrices. Okay, so first of all, let me rename this variable to something like parent cameras for now. And instead of calculating the matrices here, I'm just gonna push the camera here. How does it know? Yeah, that's any. But here it already know. That's interesting. I didn't know that TypeScript does this. There's like, it narrows the type of this array to whatever we put in it, which is a camera. Okay, so now we have the parent to local matrix, and that's gonna be this, simply inversed. Then we have whatever this is. It's parent to world. And then we have this node local to parent. And there should be some way of using these matrices to draw the overlay properly. So normally what we use is just node local to world. And that's just multiplying the parent's local to world times this local to parent. So it's basically multiplying local to parent for every single node in the tree, starting from the root. But when drawing a node, or actually rendering a node, we also transform the context using local to parent. Okay, so this makes sense. We just need to, ideally, we just need to reproduce what happens during rendering. Because rendering doesn't use absolute positions, right? It just applies the transformation to the whole canvas, one after the other. So generally it's like local to parent, local to parent, local to parent, local to parent, one after the other. Except for the camera, which has a bit of a different implementation of transform context and uses local to parent inverse and then continues this chain downwards. So, wait, hold on. Why is my scene closed? So starting from the top, we need world to camera's parent. So this should be inversed, or maybe I can actually world to parent, yeah. So this, oh, excuse me. This should be the order. Starting from the root, we go to the parent of the camera, then in the camera, we're gonna do this instead, and then we're gonna continue using nodes local to parent. I don't think, no, that's not gonna work, because we need to know the transformation from the scene to the individual node. Hi, hello, Motion Canvas AI. When? After I die, presumably. Are you re-implementing the overlays, or has this always been a problem? I haven't noticed it when I've used Motion Canvas. And what are we implementing? That's it's a double question that I can answer. We're implementing a camera component. So these two nodes, right, this rectangle and this circle, they are currently detached from the scene. They are not being rendered by the scene. And instead there's a camera component that points to that scene. And because of that, we can like manipulate the camera. For example, here we like zoom in. I'm gonna show you how this looks in how this works in the code, right? So we have our camera, inside of it we put our scene, but it's not actually being attached. And the reason is that you can like have it separate, right? I can make this scene here as a node, which I need to import because auto import doesn't want to import a class called node because it's a TypeScript type as well. Yeah, so this could be a scene, like a separate scene, not attached to anything. And then you can just pass it here, right? And we have camera rendering this scene, and then we can make another camera rendering the same scene, but from a different position. Right, if I go back, you can see that like exactly the same thing happened. putting this scene inside of the camera is just like a convenience method for when you just want to have one camera. And then camera provides convenience methods like, you know, centering on something, following a path, all of the things that you would expect from the camera. Basically, we were like, you know, copying Manim, I guess. That's all we do nowadays. Are we going to check some peers anytime soon? Yeah, I'm actually checking the peer right now for the camera. And it has a little issue, and I wanted to try and fix it. So the issue is that as we rotate the camera, the overlay that's being drawn here, you know, is flying away from the square. So again, it shouldn't be difficult to fix. It's just that, I mean, no, I take this back. It's difficult for me to fix because it requires a lot of matrix multiplications. So I think we need to approach this differently, right? Let me open like Krita and actually draw that. Just a second. Hi, hello everybody. One camera will be active at a time, right? No, you can have multiple cameras active at a time. You can have, because then you can like put these cameras in different places, right? You can have one camera on the left and then one camera on the right, rendering the same scene from like different positions, stuff like that. Because that's like a user defined camera, but ideally in the future there's also going to be top level camera that you will just receive here, right? And this is going to make it much easier to, you know, do custom movements of the entire scene when that's what you want to do. But right now this is just something that you can put in your scene manually. Okay, let me make a new file. But then stuff will overlap, or like that's a feature. But you can, your camera doesn't have to be full screen. You can make your camera half the size and like put it in a hold on, I can show you that, I believe. You can make a rectangle, for example. If Copilot was actually useful, that would be awesome. Right, and you can say, oh, I want the size of it to be like 50%, and then X to be like 300, and then you put the camera inside, and maybe let's give it some clip, fill it with some color, right? Make it look cute and stuff. And now we have this camera here, right? And it will only, hold on, maybe let's make it even smaller. Right, and it's only gonna be rendering, you know, you can define like a custom viewport that you want the camera to render into by wrapping it in a rectangle. And I believe there's an even convenience for that, which is just making a stage. And then I think you can pass all of this here. So you don't need to create a new rectangle each time. And then to get the camera reference, you just do camera ref. Yeah, and as you can see, it's the exact same thing. So now we can have like two cameras like this. I'm gonna show you actually. Let's make another camera. Let's not take the reference this time. Let's make it a little bit to the left. Right, and now we have two cameras rendering the same scene, moving independently. That's sort of the overarching idea. Do you have any insight on why the FFmpeg exporter uses FFmpeg instead of the web codecs API? From a cursory glance, it seems like that can generate video directly in the browser. Yeah, and the quality is trash, and I couldn't make it work. This was my original idea for it, and I just couldn't make it work in a way that's like looking good. And also, Webcodecs API is like all cool and stuff until you realize that it doesn't do multiplexing. So you need your own MP4 demaxer from somewhere, and there's like only one kind of old demaxer for JavaScript, and it's just at this point I decided that we have a Node server running. It's not like Motion Canvas can work without the Node server, right? It's like an essential part of it. So might as well run FFmpeg. Yeah, that's true. FFmpeg is almost unavoidable when you do video stuff. And on top of that, I also tried to run FFmpeg in a web worker. But the problem with web workers right now is that they have a memory limit of like 4 gigabytes. So like, what if your video is bigger than 4 gigabytes, right? Because on Node.js, we stream the video directly to the file system. But to get a video from a web worker, we could technically rely on the file system API in the Chrome, but it's a Chrome only feature, and I render my things in Firefox because it's better visually. By the way, do you read private Discord messages? Rarely, if not at all. I'm a statistically speaking, a really difficult to reach person. Sadly, that comes from my social anxiety and stuff. Anyway, where were we? Scene2D. Oh, Krita. Let me change this background so that we don't go blind. Okay, so we have our like scene hierarchy, right? Okay, this is gonna be the view, starting from the view. No, this is not gonna be the view. Forget about this. This is the canvas. This is the... I'm typing with my mouse. Apologies for that. This is the world space matrix. Then we have the view, which makes it so that the center of the scene is in the middle. And then we have the camera. Right? And then the camera sort of references a different node that's also in the canvas world view space that renders its own things. So what I believe we need to do, since usually when rendering something, we just need to get like local to parent? No, parent to local for this, multiply it by parent to local for this, multiply it by parent to local for this. And the same would go for this. But now we need to subtract this transformation back, I believe, is what needs to happen. So we need to take this, what would normally be world to local, right, of this hierarchy, and then subtract this, which is no idea what that would be. So we're still interested in local to world. Oh my god, it's also the opposite direction, isn't it? Because it's local to world. Yeah, and local to world is multiplying what again? Local to parent, okay. Okay, so it should work, because this will give us local to world. And if we multiply these two, we're gonna get world to local of the camera. Hold on, this is local to world. Camera world to local will be that doesn't make sense. Why? Oh no, okay. It makes sense, technically. God, why is this confusing? Who made linear algebra? For now, let's just try doing this. Let's do the classical thing with just guessing. Okay, so this is the current not working behavior, right? Now what if... Okay, hold on. Now I'm not convinced if it even refreshes the preview. Or maybe something is wrong. No, yeah, something doesn't work. Why? Why though? So now it is being rendered, like I can see it here, I think, this white line that appears. Okay, because we also need to multiply this matrix by that. So yeah, this would be the default one that doesn't account for the camera whatsoever, and I need to refresh the website manually for some reason. Let me check why that is. No, yeah, it should work just fine. That's peculiar. Let me maybe restart the server. If he wants to make it just browser, maybe give FFmpeg WASM a look. Motion canvas cannot work with just a browser. That's impossible to do. And I answered why I don't want to use the FFmpeg WASM a little while ago, and the reason is that it has 4 GB memory limit. Your handwriting with a mouse is better than mine with a pen. I don't think so. I refuse to believe that. I love guessing math. Yeah, that's it's my favorite pastime. Yeah, so now the overlay is, hold on, let's take a look at this. It's positioned just, you know, in the absolute space of the canvas, because the canvas has its origin point here, right, at 0, 0. So that's expected. And now we just need to somehow revert the camera back. Revert the camera's transformation back. Okay, so it did something, but it's now on the opposite side. And also weirdly scaled up. And also only one of them is being rotated. Why though? Fascinating, fascinating. Okay. So maybe let's not bother with node local to world. What would happen if we were to just use camera world to local without the actual node transformation? So right now, all we really need to do is make the overlay being drawn on top of the camera, which is absolutely not what's happening right now. What about just this? So why is it called parent to world if the matrix is world to parent? You know, we need to make this more difficult. I just realized we need to wrap the camera in something else. I mean, actually, they are already wrapped in something else, but let's wrap it in something else, just to make sure that we have a lot of stacking, you know, transformations on top of each other. More config files than source files. What are you talking about? Look at all of this. Hold on, let me get to Docusaurus. It's not a funny joke, because it's not true. Oops. Anyway, now that we have the offset, let me continue guessing the appropriate multiplication. Okay, hold on a second, because I feel like my IDE did not like opening all of these files. And it froze. And let me just terminate it. Okay. What about parent world? How would that work? Yeah, so now, okay, this is okay. This is completely okay because we are drawing it where we want it to be, which is at the center of the camera. Now we need to offset it so that this rotation also affects it. And that's what this should be for, right? So if I just multiply it by parent to local, refresh the website. Yeah, okay, now we're talking. Now it's nicely, you know, it's doing what the camera is doing. So now, technically the last step would be to just node local to world. Hopefully. Okay. Here it is in all of its glory. The overlay being drawn. Yeah, hit detection works. I think it's reverse order. I don't think it is. Given that it works. excuse me, node local to world. So we don't need this. This is just world to parent. So let's call it by its real name. This is gonna be parent camera parent to world. This is gonna be camera parent to local. Technically, I know that I know that it's inverse. It's an inverse local to parent, but the camera uses local to parent inverse to transform the context. Right? Hold on. Let me see if I understand it correctly. So local to world uses local to parent. Oh, it takes the parent's local to world and then multiplies by its own local to parent. Oh yeah, because these are matrices, right? You should read this backwards. So this is going from local space to parent space, and then from local space of the parent, which is the parent space, it goes to the world. So this would take us from, where are we? From local to world, which is okay because world is like the center of the screen, and then it would take us from camera's local to parent to parent, which we do inverse, but that's because the camera implementation inverses it to make the motion make sense. So you move the camera to the right, and you know the camera appears to move to the right. Okay, it all fell into place, in my head at least. We go from the local to the world of the node, right? Which on this graphic would be going here. Then we go from camera's local to its parent, so we go to here. And then we go from camera's parents to world, so we go to here. And we are golden, because that's the absolute, or world space, I guess, that we are operating on. And then this final matrix that is being passed here is basically something that UI tells us how to get from this canvas's space, right? Because the overlay canvas is like a full screen canvas, and that's why I can like zoom infinitely. This matrix tells us how to go from this space to the scene as it is being displayed on the preview. Okay, so this is how we need to handle this. So let me just fix this up, I suppose. What is this branch? Camera new. Okay, love the naming convention. Let's fix this up. Scene graph just recursively does that root parent child y inverse. See what I meant by reverse? I don't understand the question. Like what we are doing here is we are constructing a matrix that will be passed to draw overlay. And this matrix is then used to transform from local space of this node to the view space of this whole canvas. So we want to go in reverse. You compute the inverse twice. What's the point of that? Where? Here? In local to parent? That's not like, where do I compute an inverse? Local to parent is a matrix created like this, and then I take the inverse of that. I don't understand. Where do I compute the inverse twice? You can be like, never mind. Why is your camera's matrix inverted? Because the camera is meant to render the scene. Like if I tell the camera to go to the right by like 200. Oh, why is it going to the left? Okay, hold on a second. That's actually a good point. Oh yeah, okay, now I get it. Because the way camera is supposed to work is that it's located in the scene that is being rendered, right? So, for example, if I were to take the position of this rectangle, right, and set it as the position of this camera, it should be above the rectangle. It centers directly above the rectangle because the camera is at the same spot as the rectangle in the context of this scene that we have here. If the matrix was not inverted here, then it wouldn't work this way. And it would go in the opposite direction than what the camera is actually supposed to do. Hopefully that answers the question. Do you ever use local to parent without calling inverse? Yeah. Like here. That's the default way of getting from our local space to the parent space of the parent node, which is how you draw on the canvas. Like only camera does inverse. I love motion canvas. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna fix up this pull request. Have I pushed this? No. Okay, so we can let it build, and I guess we can take a look at the documentation as well. And that's gonna take a while before Docusaurus launches. TypeScript needs operator overloading. They're not gonna add it. They've been discussing this for years now, and they're not gonna add it because it goes against the idea of TypeScript being a superset of JavaScript. Don't necessarily agree with that. I think it would be awesome. My favorite argument that they use is that it would be difficult to implement, which is funny considering that like it's the same team that used to work on C#, which has operator overloading. So I don't know, it feels like they would be able to do that. But yeah, I would absolutely love operator overloading as well. It will be a superset syntactically. Yeah, but they want it to be, you know, the same as the code that it transpiles to. Like they don't want to code gen new functions and stuff like that, or replace an operator with a function call, stuff like that. Where is it gonna be? Camera is here. I don't know if camera should be in getting started, considering that we have components here. And also I need to rebuild my bundles so that they are updated. Sadly, I don't think there's a way to like automatically refresh them. So let me just remove them from here. No, don't open these. They're too big to open. Docs. Okay, motion canvas ships with a simple orthographic camera that allows you to pan, zoom, and rotate the viewport of the scene without having to transform the individual objects in your scene. I think the scene here is a bit repetitive. The quickest way to get started is to wrap your scene in a camera component and grab a reference to it. You can then use the camera reference to manipulate the camera in your scene. By default, the camera component is completely passed through. It won't have any visible effects on the scene until you start animating it. Is that true? I think so. Hold on. Let me try to disprove it maybe. So no animation. How could we break this? What if this node is translated to like 200? And then we wrap this in a camera. No. 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 Okay. I guess that's true. There are two ways of moving camera. You can either directly use the camera's position signal, like you would for any other component. Alternatively, you can center the camera on a specific position or object with the center on method. If you directly pass an object to center on, the camera will center on the object's position. How is center on implemented though? Because now as I think of it, Center on. And I hate that, and I don't know how to configure this. I'm going to the source of center on, and it takes me to the generated definition, but we have definition maps. So it should, technically the IDE should like understand that I want to go to the, you know, camera file. Okay, center on. Is this IntelliJ? Yeah, it's WebStorm. Maybe it's time to switch to NeoVim. Be like the cool kids. How expensive is WebStorm? Quite. It gets cheaper every year. But it's like, I don't know, $300, $400, like American dollar, I mean. But it's the full suite, right? So not just suite or suit. Suit is the thing that you wear. Suite is the, you know, a bunch of apps that they have, not just WebStorm, but like every other app. Okay, so center on takes the absolute position of the node and transforms that using the scene words to local. Yeah, so it makes sense. Okay, it's specific to the camera. I do think that it could be that it could also work without a generator. Like, what if I want to just, you know, do something like this, right? Without animating it. I guess this can be expanded on later. Doesn't have to be in this pull request. Okay, what do we have next? You can also directly pass a position to center on. In this case, the camera will center on the specified position in world space. I don't think that's true. Oh, not yet again. Yeah, because if we just set it to the camera position, that's not gonna be world space, that's gonna be the local space of the scene that the camera is rendering. To zoom the camera in or out, you can use the zoom method. Should not manipulate the scale property of the camera directly. This is because the camera component does some additional work internally to make sure that animating the zoom level of the camera works properly when combined with other camera animations. You can also use the to method to fluently chain multiple animations. So can we not could we not maybe block people from using scale altogether? You could apply for an open source license with Motion Canvas. All core contributors would get a free JetBrains product license, I think. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't thought about that. Since camera is a regular component, you can change its rotation the same way you would with any other component by using the rotation signal. To reset the camera's position, zoom level, and rotation to their default values, you can use the reset method. Moving along a path. Okay, isn't there oh, what is up with this selection color? Ooh, why is it like that? Oh, now it's okay. Sure. Huh. Okay, so when I select it looks awful, but when I focus on the DevTools, it fixes itself. It's like it was designed to not allow me to debug this. Okay, that's crazy. Where does it come from? There's CM active line. Active color, okay. No, wait, it's gonna be background color, right? Oh wait, but that's the active line, it's not the selection. How is the selection rendered? CM selection layer, would that be it? Yeah, okay. The background color is selection color. Which is dark. Okay, doesn't make any sense. And it recreates the whole thing. What could that be? Is there anything else trying to modify the background color? No, it's literally only this one rule. I don't know. Oh well. Maybe, let's see if it actually happens on the main website. Yeah, it does. Okay, out of curiosity, some Firefox. Okay, I'm gonna have to debug this. Check the CSS highlight property. Yeah, but for what? Let's just get one character. There is no selected property. Can I not test it in a browser? Because it would make sense, right? If this was like this selection being changed. And then when I press away, it deselects the text. Seems plausible. What if I emulate focused page? Oh yeah. Okay, so now let's see if this is actually this. And the background color is just wrong. Yeah, the background color is just... Can I not go to that? I can go to this, but not to... Wait. Here it is. Also, you cannot see what I'm doing, by the way. I just noticed because you have the chat over it. Hold on, let me fix that. Yeah, so the background is being set by this. When the editor is focused, selection background is this awful color. I don't know where does it come from. Where's the theme being configured? Hold on. I believe there's a separate file for it somewhere. Or not, actually. This is the Prism theme. Man, I don't remember where's the code mirror setup. Give me a second. Fiddle. Okay, here's the theme. This code is definitely not there. Okay, so could we override it using a theme? Interesting. Why not grep for it? Because the color is not defined in my source files. I didn't define that color. Doesn't JetBrains have project-wide search? Yeah, no. Nothing found because it's not. It's the default configuration. I'm just wondering if I could overwrite it using the theme config of Code Mirror. I wonder why is it. This makes sense because it's like code selection color, but this is so random, right? It's just a hard-coded thing that they have. Do I set up the selection background? Yeah, I set it up here. Code selection color. CM focused. CM selection background. Okay, hold on. So this is just the typical CSS issue of specificity. I am tempted to just do this. And it would probably work, wouldn't it? But let me just copy this whole selector so that I remember what is going on here. Yeah, solution, problem fixed. Typical CSS. Corporate fix. Works like a charm every time. I mean, the normal solution would be to do this, right? This should probably override the specificity. Maybe. Yeah. No, wait, hold on. I need to get rid of important. No, that's not even specific enough. Right, we would need to find something more specific. No, you know what? I don't care. I do not care. It's Saturday. It's not about coding proper CSS or whatever. Okay. Anyway, using multiple cameras in a scene. Yeah, that goes over the stages and stuff. Camera.stage requires a single top-level node as a scene prop. A common source of errors is using a fragment when defining the scene. The following scene will cause an error when passed to camera.stage. Is that true? Let me see. Well. Okay, but it doesn't cause an error. There is no error. Just nothing works. Well, that's a disaster. I feel like this should be this could be accounted for. So can I move it here so that you see what I'm doing? Is it gonna open in the same place? Yeah, okay. So the fragment is just an array, I believe. Let's see. What's gonna happen here? Show me how to reload. Well, no, it looks okay. Is it like fundamentally broken? Will adding node here actually fix it? Or is there another problem with it? Okay, adding a node here does fix it. Okay, then why doesn't it work though? Oh, because we only draw the children. Okay, and what if I just render it? now it works, but that's just because there's only one element inside. And it's probably being, you know, removed by JSX. Yeah, now it's gonna throw an error. This scene is not a render function. Yeah, because it's an array of scenes. I feel like we could account for that as well. Like in the scene signal, the signal could probably transform. Probably transform any component's children into a node. Yeah. Now we could use a fragment just fine. Oh, but again, this can be expanded on later. Guess it's not that necessary to do right now. So I don't wanna change the pull request too much. Okay, the checks have passed. So I'm just gonna merge it now. And then maybe I'm gonna think about what are the things that I thought about. And I should be noting them from the beginning, because there was something else that I was thinking about and now I forgot. Oh, I guess it wasn't that important. Okay, add code node documentation. Just my proposed solution for issue 1022. Application of the code block node and introduction of the code node necessitate updating my Minecraft motion canvas example scenes. Currently lacking representation of the code node. Motion canvas examples need a dedicated code scene to demonstrate its functionality and usage effectively. Okay, I get the idea. I'm not sure if people are still using the examples, because there used to be a thing when we like used to display the embedded player like here. So this is being rendered from the example. But now, you know, we basically use the fiddle component, which allows you to, you know, change things here if you want to play around with stuff. So this sort of replace examples, but I suppose it is a good idea to just have like an examples folder with scenes. I don't know, at least other packages do that. Also, our meta file generator doesn't add a new line at the end, and it's bothering me. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's show the fiddle for now. And let's see. New branch name. What are the missing dependencies? What do you want to install? What's going on? Let me check this. Oh, and now it works as expected. Okay, that's interesting. Where's the example? It's gonna be code. Okay, so I would set some background color, that's for sure. Or maybe none of them have a background color, actually, now as I think of it. For now, just let me see that. I noticed none of the examples have the background set. Yeah, I think so, because again, it comes from the fact that they are displayed here. Maybe. No, this one has a background. But some of them don't, I believe. Wait, where's motion canvas? Eventually we're gonna have to remove the examples from the website, and then we're gonna. No, this has a background too. I'm not sure then. And then we're gonna be able to make them better. Because examples not only don't have a... Where's layout? Here. Yeah, like layout has a background. I guess it depends where they are being displayed. But they are also really small because they need to be kept in this like 960 by 545 size. This one is full HD, but I assume that there are other that are also full HD, because again, it depends where we display them. Anyway, what does it do? Okay. Let me just see the source code. I guess this is not necessary. And what is display float being used for? Okay. I believe this is not necessary. I mean, I guess it shows that you can use regex here. So regex? I don't know. Regex, I think. Because I believe just typing radius would do the same thing, right? Which is something that we need to fix. Maybe we could do some fixes for the code block, because there are some aggregated. Just a moment. Hey, how are you? I'm doing great, thanks. How about you? Just had one question. What is the goal of your project? So I'm assuming you're new here. You can go to motioncanvas.io and like read about it. For your information, regex means regular expression. Okay, you must be really new here then. The goal of the project is to create an animation software, which is already created. I'm using it for making videos on my YouTube channel, which you can find if you want to by going to youtube.com/artificial. And in here, you can also find videos talking about Motion Canvas and what it is and what's the idea behind it. And we are currently working on going through some pull requests and then eventually making some fixes. There is no goal to answer that question maybe a little bit better. There is no goal for my project. My project exists because I made it to make my videos and I just open sourced it. Oh, your YouTube channel looks cool, thank you. Yeah, what was I talking about? Code replacement, okay. Yeah, kind of looks good to me. Aside from this one void that's not necessary here, I think. We could make it a bit fancier, I guess, if we wanted to. Hold on, let me see how would that work. If we were to take just a signal value in general, and then instead of this, we would return modify. It's a bit more verbose. So this, the way modify works is that it operates on the signal value, which can be either a value or a function returning the value, right? So then modify will basically, if this is a signal, it's gonna do what you did in the function body. But if it's not a signal, it's just gonna immediately transform it. So you can do like display float 7 right? And this will also work. I mean, we're not doing it here, right? But like, this would be the most generic way to handle any type of value that you want. Yeah, but I guess this is okay too. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a little fix up. Which is also, you should not, you shouldn't, you should make a separate branch, I think, when you're developing something on your fork, right? I don't think you should like, I don't know if I can even like push something to your main, like a fix up. Although, let me try. Oh, why can't I? Yeah, I cannot do that. Why can't I do that? Is it because it's main? I'm sorry, I didn't know that. No worries. Would it be possible to add a feature to highlight and copy text from rendered projects? I don't understand. How would that work? Like, from a rendered video? You would like to extract text from a rendered video? I'm not sure I understand. Like, in what way highlight? You mean highlight like visually emphasize, or highlight as in select and copy text, like I can do here? In general, if you have an idea for a feature, you can just, you know, open an issue on GitHub and just describe the, you know, describe the feature in detail. Okay, I guess we can leave the void. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, that's the issue. Okay, so we have, as I said, we have some, we can close that actually. We have an issue about the code node being too short. Select and copy, like it's a video, it's an MP4 video, or an image sequence, depending on how you render the video. So it wouldn't be possible, unless you mean something else by rendered. Also, I wanted to claim some issue. How do I do that? You just say that I want to work on this issue if it has the C accepted label. And that's it. Sometimes when I see somebody commenting, I like assign them. Sometimes I don't if I forget. But generally speaking, if you see the C accepted label, you just say, oh, I'm working on this issue, and you can work on this issue. You generally should, not even can, you should go to the contributing MD and, you know, read through all of this, because it's described here, right? Before you start working on an issue, make sure that it has been accepted, indicated by a C accepted label, and that no one has claimed it yet. Otherwise, you may duplicate, you know, other people's efforts. If somebody claims an issue but doesn't follow up for more than 2 weeks, it's fine to take it over, but you should still leave a comment, right? So like, okay, maybe that's not clear. Maybe this could be phrased clearer. Oh, okay, you should also leave a comment on any issue we're working on to let others know. Yeah, so that's, you just leave a comment and you are free to work on it as long as it has C accepted. And it's not assigned to somebody else, right? Yeah, so claiming is here, right? Again, I'm gonna think about rephrasing it if it doesn't if it's not clear. Like, you just leave the comment and that's it. Like, by claimed it here, we mean that there is a comment saying, hey, I'm working on this, right? That's how we consider it being claimed. Yeah, incorrect code node with final line. That's actually sounds quite annoying. Let's take a look at this. Let me just change to something else. It's like a really small snippet to reproduce this. So I would like to ask you a question about implementing signal effects. I started working on it and wanted to ask what other frameworks can I check for implementations. So far, I looked at Vue. I don't know. I have no idea. That's quite an issue you took, to be honest, because it's something that I myself would have no idea how to implement. Like, if you ask me like how would you implement that, I don't know, right? I would need to sit down and implement it, so I have no idea how to answer that. Okay, so they weren't lying. There is a issue. Let's change this into a string, a template literal, actually. Okay, so if I add a new line here, then it works. Okay, so it actually does not consider the last line. Interesting, interesting. What time is it? Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I need to take a little break. I'm gonna be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, I had to run to the grocery store before they close because I ran out of water. I would be dying out of thirst otherwise. Anyway, yeah, we're trying to fix this bug, right, with the width not being calculated correctly. So let's see. Desired size is calculated by the cursor. Which iterates over every scope. So let's actually do some good old console logging to see what is actually going on here. Yeah, so there's only one scope with everything in it. As one single fragment. Okay, so that should be easy. We get the possible fragment. It's not a code scope because it's a string. It's not an array. Yeah, so it's gonna be parsed here into whatever. Okay. Oops. Before max width. Let's see if it's just a problem with this. 12. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So something's wrong with this function here. Are the metrics here as well? Oh yeah, okay. So there's one row and its maximum width. Okay. First width is correct because that's 12. Last width is correct because that's 24. That's the next line. But for some reason, max width doesn't seem to be considering the last line. Maybe. Is the problem that simple? Hopefully. See, a measure string. This is where the magic is happening, right? Yeah, max width. What is wrong with you? Okay, so we're not iterating over every single line. We're purposefully omitting the last one. And now I'm afraid that I did this on purpose and there's a reason behind it. It just looks like -1 is supposed to be at the array axis, not the for loop. That's not true. Because we're not interested in the first line. Like if we were to add -1 here, then this is basically doing the same thing as starting from 0. But we purposefully omit the first line because the problem with code fragments is that they stack, right? So you can have like, you know, some code and then it goes to the next line, right? And this is still considered the same fragment. And then the next fragment starts, but there's no new line, right? So you go here and then maybe you move to the next line. And this is like another fragment. And this is accounted for in calculate max width, which takes the current offset. So this would be, you know, the offset that we got from the last line. And then, oh, not here. Takes the current offset and then adds the first width. So it adds this, right? So then we have the actual full width. And this is accounted for, which is why I omit the last line, I believe. But the problem happens when the last line is not followed by another fragment, right? Because then nothing is being added here. This line is no longer considered. But I guess we can safely assume that, yeah, like logically speaking, the width of this line is always going to be smaller than the width of this line plus whatever follows it. So I am tempted to just do this, because really the only thing that we're calculating here is the max width. We're not affecting anything else. Okay, so this fixes the issue, but I don't trust it. So let me actually open examples in a new window. And build it properly here. And I'm gonna try this on my previous video and see if it breaks anything. Hold on, I was doing something else here. Hold on. What are these changes? Why is there 57? Oh, okay, I was testing rendering. Well, this can be deleted. What else have I changed here? Yeah, I believe, what is this? What are these changes? I removed something. Okay. I was updating to a different layout system, which is probably where this comes from. Package.json is okay. Right, so I'm just gonna stash this or shelve it. Okay, this finished building, so I'm just gonna launch the project and hopefully it's not gonna explode. Okay. Perfect. Just as I predicted. We need this. In order to let Vite load files from outside of the project, because I'm currently, you know, linking to a package outside. I'm linking to my local version of Motion Canvas. Okay, all of the console logs that I left are here. Doesn't matter. Professional software development. Okay, so this looks okay, I think. What is up with this? Oh no, I added this. Never mind. It's me. I added this line so that it matches this one. Unless I don't remember. Let me just check because I'm paranoid. How would that be? That's the first scene. Oh, okay, dobra. That's my new line. That's awesome. Maybe I just wanted to like quickly offset it. There's no code here. There's some code here. So here in the process. Yeah, looks about right. This tween. Okay. Yeah, I think it's good. All code snippets look perfectly fine. Yeah, okay. Ship it. Yeah, that's not necessary. Nobody needs to know. Okay, that's easily the easiest fix ever. Okay. Let's just fetch the newest changes and do a little rebase. Or not. What is up? What happened? Oh my god, okay. It's the message is not supposed to start with an uppercase letter, but it's the name of a class, so it doesn't make sense. Again? Subject may not be empty. Okay. Hold on, it's been a while, okay? It's been like a week since I last developed Motion Canvas. How much of a learning curve is Motion Canvas? I checked it out a while back, but haven't actually tried making anything with it yet. I'd say quite a learning curve, especially understanding how generators work. That would be like the #1 problem I think that people face. Generally, if you like, I don't know, use something like Manim, I think you would get really quickly like how Motion Canvas works, because it's basically Manim but with generators. Like fundamentally speaking, right? Obviously we don't have as many features as Manim does. But yeah, I don't know, it's hard to judge. Also gonna depend on how well versed you are in terms of JavaScript, right? But JavaScript is one of the easiest languages to learn, so. Okay, now I can rebase. Or not. Maybe I cannot rebase. You have unstaged changes. I don't though. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Are there any complex examples? I really like the blue and red blob from the video you just showed with the ones and zeros in it. Yeah, you can go to the examples repo and all of my videos are here. I mean, up until some point, right? So if you have, like, you know, not to brag, but this would be like the complexest, the most complex example that you can find. I've been doing game dev videos on my second channel, and while doing all my animations for a shader video, I thought maybe I should check out Motion Canvas. Animations and Resolve stink. Yeah, I haven't really tried Resolve, to be honest. Thank you, you're welcome. Yeah, let's make a little pull request here. See, this is the hard work that we're all here for. Oh, it's not... Why is it... I opened a draft pull request once, and now it remembered that. And each time I make a new pull request, I forget to switch back to a normal pull request. Anyway, there's been some other issues with the code node that I don't remember, as always. And I don't think, is there an issue open for them? Preview only background color. Would be nice to have a separate preview viewport background color setting which doesn't affect the renderer. The render. This is particularly useful when you want to export with a transparent background to add perhaps a more complex background in post, but still wants to get an idea of how it will look roughly while editing. Add an extra video setting under preview for background. When empty, this will default to the general background, and when non-empty, this will become the background color for the viewport. This will not affect the render result at all. That will still use the background under its general. Alternative is to change the background every time you need to render and then change it back for preview purposes. Yeah, I actually struggle with this too, because that's how I render my Patreon shoutout at the end. I render it with a transparent background, and the amount of times I switch to a black background and then forgot to switch it back when rendering is abysmal. So yeah, that's a good issue. Although I wouldn't we should stay consistent with other settings and make the background separate from the preview, right? Because right now, if you take a look at the editor, we have just, you know, frame rate is here and then frame rate is here. But according to this proposal, you know, the background would be in general, but then there would be another background in preview. And I feel like it's an interesting idea to have a set of like overrides for the default settings, but since nothing else is implementing that, I feel like we should start by just switching to having separate fields without any inheritance. What else? Frame rate or scale. I don't want your help, Grammarly. Make the background setting separate for the preview and for the rendering for now. Having a way to override the setting when previewing is an interesting idea, but it should be implemented as a separate pull request and affect other similar settings. Yeah. Accept that, and that's core. And if you wanna work on this, I can assign you. This sounds like more down to earth issue. Can I take on it? Sorry, but the person already said that. Happy to make a pull request for it. So I'd like to give them a chance because, you know, it's their issue. Documentation pages sometimes fail to load on a mobile device. Okay, but it's an iPhone. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? No, and it's not documentation. It's a bug, isn't it? Man, the amount of times we have like a bug for Safari or something like that opened. Oh yeah, view fill causes what is FR? Frame rate drop in Safari. It's like, cool, if only I could test it, right? Like, how am I supposed to make it work on a browser that I cannot install on my machine? I don't like Apple in regards to software compatibility. Yeah, like at least if they were to, like, you know, give me a sandbox that I can run, right? And like, no, you need to, you know, buy our hardware if you want to test it. Awesome. Because I do understand the general idea behind Safari being, you know, so tightly integrated with their operating system, right? That it cannot run on other machines. I do kind of understand the appeal of that, and I'm pretty sure they are able to do a lot of cool features with this. But it's just not being able to test it in any reasonable way is a nightmare. Mathematical operations for vector 2 signals. This is my issue. What is this? I'm working on this one. Okay. You may. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Gonna assign you. Offline icon support. I believe I answered this. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this for now. Create a scene with custom data so that we could reuse the code for building multiple videos through automation natively. Okay, and I gave a temporary solution for now. Okay. Did it verify it? Still not. Man, the compilation times for documentation are abysmal. It takes like 8 minutes to build. I'm like, oh my god, why? And it's not even, you know what I hate? Oh, that's something that I'd like to complain to about publicly. The fact that they don't support server components yet in Dokusaurus is a criminal offense, like straight up. The fact that React took so long to like support partial hydration is, you know, in and out of itself a problem. But like, we have so much stuff, you know, generated, especially when it comes to like API documentations, right? Because all of this is generated using, you know, React components. Like if I go, I don't know, for something more complex like a circle, right? Like all of this This is a huge React tree that doesn't have to be here, right? Because it's static. Nothing here changes. I'm just using React because it's nice to use it to generate the HTML. But this doesn't have to be hydrated. None of this. Okay, we can take a look at this because that's an interesting issue. Destination UV uniform doesn't scale with scene on render. So let's see if we can reproduce this. What's the extension? GLSL, right? Look at me understanding shaders and stuff. Hold on, I feel like I can close this because it's not necessary. Let's restart the template dev. Even setting up a virtual machine is like 1 day work compared to 20 minutes with Windows or Linux. Yeah. I remember, man, in my previous work, we would have to, because we had like two, what's the name of that? It's not a MacBook. What's the name of Apple's computers? Why don't I remember that? Is it just a Mac? Like the actual stationary computer? No, it wasn't Mac Studio. It was, I don't know, because it definitely wasn't a MacBook. It was some sort of a computer, okay, by Apple. I don't know, but there were like 2 per the entire company, and we would have to go to like, at the other side of the building to a different team and like ask them like, yo, can we use a MacBook because we need to debug some production errors. And of course, the CEO was using everything Apple, right? So like if the website was not working on Apple devices, oh my God, what a problem that was. What a disaster. They're just a Mac, I think. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, because I'm behind the comments. Are you the only core developer on the project? Yeah, we have 3 other maintainers. Ross is kind of on a break right now. Hunter helps a lot on the Discord server. He's such a treasure. And Kai, who implemented the camera pull request, is the 3rd maintainer. WebKit itself is open source and works on other platforms. You do not need Safari specifically to test for it. So is there a browser that allows me to test WebKit stuff, like out of the box? Or do I need to make my own browser on top of WebKit? Because that is interesting. Let's ask Reddit. There's other, but WebKit there is pretty outdated. Okay, but it's been 3 years ago, right? I think the GNOME web browser is WebKit. Oh, I don't know if I should say that, but my Arch Linux on my dual boot setup is using GNOME. I know that this is also a criminal offense. How dare I? So much bloat. Anyway, maybe I'm gonna check it out and see if that's true. Okay, it finished. Okay, so what's the problem here? Are you gonna load? Wait, something's wrong here. Shader by example? What am I running? Template source shaders bug. Oh, okay. I see. So the new hot reload setup doesn't work with shaders because they are not in the source directory. So I'm just gonna copy them temporarily. Whatever. No, don't add it. Should work now. Yeah, here we go. So the problem here is shader that uses destination UV to anything and render with a different scale. Nope. Wait, where's my browser? Okay. Okay. And that's destination UV. Which is used for sampling stuff below nodes. So let me just make sure if that's the same problem as, if I understand the problem correctly, right? Is it only for the view, or does it also happen if I do something like this? So just now I just have a full screen rectangle, right? Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. But let's see if the destination itself actually works the way it's supposed to. So I'm gonna add a little circle right here, something like this maybe. Let's make it blue. No, it's not gonna be visible. Yeah, but it's below the rectangle. So what we can try doing, so I realize that you see a bit less because of the chat. Anyway, we should be able to use the destination UV to sample for circle and display it back, right? So okay, so it's wrong as well. It samples it's displayed in the wrong place. Now that's unthinkable. It works for one. Then actually, you know what we can do? We can do a little inverse of the colors just to see what's going on. Yeah. So yeah, here it's not visible, then it goes here and here and here. So it's like doesn't account for the scale. Why is that? Hello there, a bit late but happy to be on the stream. Hello, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Now that you're here, I'm actually gonna go on a quick little break. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be back. Okay. So once again, it's an issue with matrices. We're gonna have to find where this is actually set up. Don't remember the name of the function. Shader canvas. Yeah, okay. So here we're calculating the matrices. And where do we set them up? Okay, here. So this is the problem with the uniform destination matrix, which is camera to world. Size is the real size. What if we just get the normal size? Okay, so it is located in the correct place. But it's now too small. So is the size used for something else later? No. It's like it's clear that there is something wrong with this canvas being too small. Presumably. No, okay, so the size of the canvas itself is okay. So let me just check if this is a problem with, like, if with the destination texture of it, if there's something else going on. So just gonna make the alpha, or add like 0.5. Yeah, so the canvas is only rendered here. So just to make sure, I'm gonna check what is the width and height of this canvas like actually. Oh, okay, so that's a problem. So this is the size problem. It shrinks together with, that doesn't make sense though. Shader canvas is getting the GL, which borrows it, which should invoke setup. Unless it shouldn't. What is calling update viewport again? Reloading the scene. Okay, actually, let's see. Yeah, so the viewport is this. Oh yeah, because it's a real size. It's the real size. I'm silly. Oh, I got a feeling this is gonna be annoying to fix. See, what is the size of the canvas that we're rendering this onto? Yeah, it's as small as the size. So there is some weird transformation going on. Render from source. Setup draw from cache. So I got a feeling that the whole cache system doesn't really care about the scale of the scene, but that would be a bad thing if true. Okay, let's check another thing. When we're drawing the source, what is the current matrix? Yeah, so the matrix is shrinked by the size at this point. But now this works. I mean, the sizing works, right? And this current setup, yeah, the destination is offset weirdly, but the canvas is okay. So it really seems like it should just boil down to changing the destination source. Okay, so this is the default without any changes. Let's try this again. Camera to world. Just gonna temporarily modify the scale just to see what effect it would have. Yeah, it's gonna stretch it this way, so multiplying it by 2, maybe by some smaller number. Yeah, it will move it here. But it doesn't cause issues with like the canvas not overlapping. Okay, so it may be as easy as, where is this? Here, as just taking the real size. Maybe, hold on, renaming this to real size. And then taking the normal size, which is the unscaled version, using it here, but only for this matrix. And now if we don't multiply it, just use the default. Yeah, so now this is working correctly. Would you look at that, guessing the guessing what to do works once again. Okay, then again, let me check this in the examples project, because I don't trust myself. Actually, maybe we can also find some example from the documentation and see. After guessing what to do, now comes the part, but did I break anything? Yeah, that is true. Where is it? It's in advanced. Shaders. Do we have any like more complex examples of shaders? I don't know. No, we do not, in fact, have any complex examples. I used to have some somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's see. Because my example project, I'm afraid, is using... Oh no, hold on. There are some more shaders than the beginning. Okay, so maybe this will make me sure about this thing working. Okay, so this is double the scale. This is 1 times the scale. This is 0.5. Yeah, everything looks fine. here, just as it should. And then there is the shader graph, yeah, intersection. And every single one of these is a shader, so yeah, if they work, then they should. I'm gonna make a pull request for that and just ask the OP if they can test it. I know them from the Discord server before merging it. So I'm way not sure if this is gonna fix the issue completely without introducing other issues. Yeah, so I will renaming here and there. What kind of shaders are that? Is it like a compute shader or more like a vertex fragment shaders? Fragment shaders. You basically render a node and you get access to whatever has been drawn beneath that node and whatever would be drawn by that node. And you get to, like, you know, do whatever you want with this. So I can actually show you a little more. If we set the size of this to like 80, right? Maybe a little bigger, 120, 240. Okay, and then maybe X 200. Yeah, so now here, let's get rid of this. What I'm doing here is I'm taking the destination texture, so everything that's been drawn already on the screen, which is, you know, this circle, and I'm using the UV to like access this color, and then I'm inverting the color, right? And the result of that is that anything below this rectangle is inverted. The background is not inverted because technically the background is transparent, right? If I wanted to if I wanted the background to be inverted too, I could set it here on the view. Right, and now the background is also, you know, correctly inverted. So this is, you know, this could be easily accomplished with like composite operations, because that's a really simple example. But you can do a lot of interesting stuff. Like you could, for example, apply blur, right, and create this backdrop effect where everything behind a specific element is blurred, for example. This is something that wouldn't be easy with composite operations. How long did it take you to make this video? This looks like an insanely complex project. Yeah, 80 hours, something like that. Way too much time. Next video is much simpler, fortunately. This the previous video is, you know, once a year type of video. I don't think I would be able to, like, you know, produce videos like that continuously, unless I would do nothing else, right? Just like every day, all I do is just working on videos 8 hours a day. But then what would I be making videos about if I didn't do anything besides the videos? Okay. Yeah, I committed this. So now it's just me. Let me fetch and rebase real quick. Why are my rebase failing? What is going on? This was never an issue because it's just stashed the changes. I guess it's because there were unstaged changes. Fix shader destination UV, okay. Let's rebase that. Push it somewhere. No, not the draft. Now I'm gonna remember to change it. What is your add? Can I add somebody from outside the conversation? I don't think I can. Well, that's a bummer. Okay. Didn't we? Oh, okay. It is close. It's just not refreshed. Preview only, destination UV, documentation page, arrows in the middle of the line. This is a good first issue if anybody wants to do that. Because it's been 3 weeks, and I don't think that person is working on that. So if somebody would like to, you know, help out. Document range handles and other parts of the interface. Documentation and examples for to-do back. Documentation. I don't want to write documentation. No, I'm just kidding. Path appears like polylines while animating. I know that issue. More playhead functionality, mathematical operators. This is taken now. Okay, so since that person went on to doing the other thing, what was that? Mathematical operations for vector2 signals. I'm gonna steal this. And we're gonna try to figure this out. Because it has 10 likes. Would you look at that? That actually probably puts it really high on the list. Yeah, that's like the 4th requested issue. Okay. So let's see if we can make it work. How do you fund your work? I don't. I starve. I am being paid by my patrons on patreon.com. Hello, I just want to say how much I love Motion Canvas and thank you for open sourcing it. No problem. I'm happy it can be useful to somebody. By the way, this joke was shadow banned by YouTube last time. That's why I pushed for Twitch. What joke? I don't see any joke. Go sub to my Patreon right now. Doesn't sound like a joke. I'm kidding, of course. That's my deadpan sarcasm delivery, by the way. Okay. Wait, oh, never mind. I was confused for a second. I know. I'm also confused. I don't know what we're talking about. Do you think to migrate motion canvas in Rust and no? I mean, motion canvas could be technically turned into a native application, but even then, it would have bindings for TypeScript, presumably using Deno, Deno's crate for bindings with the V8 engine. Because writing animations in Rust like this would be a nightmare, like straight up, right? Animations generally are something that you write once and then you forget about it. You don't really want to, overthink it, and make sure that it's maintainable, make sure that it's bug-free. It doesn't have to be bug-free. Like the player is completely reproducible, right? So if your animation plays once, it means that it's gonna play every single time. Like there's no variables going on. There's no user input that can change or something like that. So all you need to do is just write like the crappiest code that gets the job done and render the video. And that's it. And you forget about the project forever, right? At least that's what I do. So I personally couldn't imagine doing it in Rust. But when it comes to the core of Motion Canvas, then yeah, I do see some benefits of using Rust instead of the current TypeScript core. But yeah, that's some distant dream. That's certainly not a plan. All right, so the idea behind effects is that we should be able to observe the changes to a signal. Maybe not even. So in the function, right, that will basically do some effect. Okay, let's make this clearer. We're gonna retrieve the value, right? If I could spell, that would be awesome. Fourth time a charm, okay. Also, this is an arrow function, right? And so now, technically, and this is a bit antithetical to Motion Canvas in general, but now if we do signal, 10, like linearly or whatever, we should, each frame that this value has changed, we should get a log here. That's the idea behind effects, right? And I'm saying it's antithetical because it basically destroys all of the caching that signals provide. Because by default, signals will not recalculate unless somebody accesses them. So having a create effect will basically make them always being accessed. If you do this with like a matrix of some node, then this matrix is going to be recomputed constantly even when it's not needed technically. I mean, I guess it is needed because we need to detect changes. But okay, so we're gonna take our function here. For now, it's just a void. And we're gonna have to call it. And we probably also need a way to like unregister it, right? So then once we no longer need it, we should be able to do this. If I understood the problem correctly, will memoization of some kind help here? No. No, and hold on, it's actually explained a little bit here, right? So memoization already happens, right? If for signals, say I have a signal like that uses the radius signal to like, you know, calculate the area of a circle. Just defining a signal doesn't do anything. The first time I request the value of this signal, this function is actually executed. And then each call after that will not execute this function anymore because the value is memoized, right? It's gonna just return the same value over and over again. But then when I change radius, area detects like, oh, one of my dependencies has changed. So next time you call it, it's gonna be recalculated again. And the beauty of this system is that you can change things, you know, multiple times. And this is not going to cause this to rerun each time. And then calling area again will only cause recalculation. And the system was designed with matrix propagation in mind, right? That was like the main optimization problem that I wanted to solve. Because you have, you know, your animation is probably like moving 10, 20, 30 nodes at the same time. And every single movement would cause the matrix to recalculate. But this way, the matrix is propagated only when you actually render a node, because rendering requests the actual matrix and then the propagation happens. So it's perfect for that, absolutely perfect. But then for create effect, we want something different, right? Whenever we call radius, create effect is like, oh, one of my dependencies has changed, I need to be invoked again. So they will essentially kill the optimization, but I think it's okay, because what they can do... Hold on, I'm thinking. No, because create effect doesn't return a value. Yeah, so we cannot really have any sort of optimization here, but we can do, and this is the most interesting thing to me, we can do create deferred effect, and this one would only happen after the frame has finished. So you do things, and then right before rendering happens, all of the deferred effects are going to be applied. So that would be really cool for stuff like modifying the scene graph, right? Modifying the hierarchy of nodes based on some other signal changes. Because right now we have the spawner, and the spawner is like the most awful functionality that we have in Motion Canvas. I hate it with passion. If spawner has no headers, I'm dead. Like, I only added it because somebody in the Discord server asked like, oh, can I change the... I'm gonna actually, hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Right, so spawners are these ideas of like passing a function as the child node, and that function then uses other signals to generate new nodes, as you can see here, right? So I'm basically animating the count, and the count is being mapped into, you know, a certain number of circles. And this is like the worst way of implementing it because with how many issues it causes. So in the future, in Motion Canvas 4, there's gonna be no spawners, and instead the way you would implement this would be through an effect. So an effect is a much better way of handling it, I think. And that the third effect is gonna be perfect for that. Because then you can just like modify the hierarchy here, and the hierarchy is gonna be modified right before the animation, the next frame is rendered. Okay. So yeah, we also need unsubscribing here. And I need a little break. So I'm gonna be back in 5, as always. Okay, I'm a bit late. I was fighting some demons. We don't need to talk about this. Is the Discord server the best place for help, questions, and so on? Yeah, that's the best place. You're gonna get the help the fastest over there, technically, hopefully. I'm currently in my how should I call it? In my Astortion zone right now, so this is what I'm mostly working on. So I don't spend that much time on the Discord server, but Hunter is there and he's really extremely helpful. So hopefully, yeah, that would be the best place to get help. Does the current spawner hinder the batching process? Is the new implementation fixing the batching part so that all the updates are done in the next frame using the request animation frame like concept? Yeah, ideally that would be the thing, right? Because currently spawners are they are like freaking quantum thingies where like you don't really know when this function is gonna be called, because it relies on the fact that somebody will access the children property. Ideally the rendering process, but it may be you before. So like this, right now the way the spawners work, they will work. It's guaranteed for them to work, but they just are extremely confusing. And like sometimes you assume that the node would be here and you try to access it, but it's not there because it hasn't been spawned yet. And like it's just annoying to think about. All right, so this should also return a some sort of an unsubscription function. Yeah, so I want to create this in a bit of a dirty way right now. You know what? Let's implement it immediately, like properly. So this is gonna come from Motion Canvas core, right? Where are signals here? Yeah, let's create a create effect TS, and then we're gonna need an effect context as well. And that's for sure. Okay. Let's do it like this for now. How does create signal do it? Yeah, so there's gonna be an effect context. Probably without any generics, just with the callback. Probably something like that. We'll see. I hope that the dependency context is like abstract enough to allow for something like this. Where is the constructor? Constructor. Yeah, you want the owner, which doesn't have to be anything. Is there a development roadmap for Motion Canvas? No, not really. I've been willing to like sit down and write down at least my plans for like the nearest future and version 4. But right now it's all in my head. Like the backlog, I guess, on the issues on GitHub are like the closest. Okay, so this should now work. And now we just need to set it up. Should be pretty straightforward, hopefully. Clear dependencies, start collecting, invoke, hold on. Here's the event. Oh, the whole like mark dirty concept is encoded here as well. Okay, but we have access to this event, so it should be pretty straightforward. So basically, we start collecting, we invoke the callback, and then we stop collecting. That's the basic. Is it not stop? What is it? End collecting? Finish collecting? Okay. Naming conventions, man. Yeah, so this will gather all of the dependencies that are within this callback. Right, and now we probably gonna want some, you know, handle dirty. And this event subscribes this handle dirty. Let's do this for now. So okay, I'm gonna collect all of the dependencies and subscribe to the event in which they change, and then just console log dirty for now. Yeah, that should now work. Okay. Yeah, so we start with the first frame. This is only logged once. Ideally, yeah. Hold on. Will the for each like component fix this issue? You pass the data to the for each component and then you access the properties from slots or arguments. It will decide when to render its child. I don't know if it will introduce the same problem or will fix it. It's just an idea that needs to be verified. You mean like the solid.js kinda for each? I'm not sure. I would need to look into that, to be honest. The sort of main issue that we are struggling with, right, is, I mean me by that. The reason why I've never used spawners, like in any of my videos, I never found them useful, is because they don't allow you to animate things. Things just pop in and out of existence, right? So I'm not sure if for each has a way of accounting for that. But yeah, I look into that. It would be nice to have like a out-of-the-box way for handling this this use case, because it is common, I think, right, to like do that. WebStorm is better than Visual Studio Code. Use whatever works for you. That would be my message. I do not know. I'm just used to it. I will switch to NeoVim sometime in the future, near or far. Is there any list of publicly available components or other assets for Motion Canvas? Not yet, but I want to add this to the documentation website so that people can like open a pull request and share their things. You can go to the Discord server. I don't know if you can actually find that on the Discord server though. It is a bit problematic right now. I guess if you were to like look for resources, some people are posting like their components here. And we do have in the main forum, there's like, yeah, we should build a culture of sharing code whenever possible. So yeah, some people are sharing their GitHub repos here as well. But we don't have a good way of doing it yet. For each in Solid.js is built using create effect. So if we add create effect, we'll be able to create other abstractions on top of it. Oh yeah, that actually makes sense. We're going to switch to NeoVim in the future, always in the future, of course. One day. Okay, hold on, once again. On frame 0, it's just 0. On frame 1, it's dirty. And then it's never logged again, because we need to reset the dirty flag. And when does this happen? No, okay, so further implementations do that manually. Okay, it makes sense. Almost like I wrote it or something. Crazy. Yeah, and then in the case of a signal, when we get the value, that's when we reset the event. Yeah, in the case of an effect though, it's really easy because all we need to do is just this clear dependencies, this start collecting, callback, this finish collecting, and this event reset. No, I'm not gonna call this anymore because the callback is gonna be called nicely. Okay, now it's 0, next frame 0, and it starts twinning the value correctly. Okay, so now let's use it in like in a way that should not be used, right? Because we could probably use signals for that. But we're gonna simply take the rect and set its scale to whatever the value is. Right, and now we're gonna animate it from, maybe let's animate it from like 2 towards 1. So yeah, frame 1, we immediately see that the box is bigger. Yeah, and then it shrinks. And it seems to be working just fine. Are you implementing signals? Is it a pull or push observer? The signals have been in Motion Canvas since version 3 that was released over a year ago. I'm not implementing them. I'm implementing create effect, and they are pull observer. They are push and pull observer. There's a notification telling you that the signal is dirty. That would be push. And then you need to pull to actually retrieve the new value. And that's when the new value is computed. That's how they work. And the reason they work this way is because this is an animation library, which means that every frame we manually call render. So we don't need a way to automatically apply the changes, right? Because when this is rendered, for example, if the color of this rectangle is described by a signal, the moment the scene is rendered, the value of the signal will have to be accessed, because we need to check like, oh, what's the color of this square that we are rendering right now, right? The current setup would absolutely not work in like a UI library, unless you would like re-render the entire thing every frame. So this is, it's a bit weird, but also, and I'm explaining this because I know that people oftentimes, at least in the past, in the announcement video, they were like, oh, why can't you just use like the signals from Solid or whatever? I'm like, because it's a different type of application. Anyway, there's more about the signals here on the documentation page if you want to check it out and like decide for yourself. This I think illustrates very well whether they are pull or push observers. Anyway, so TypeScript is not picking up the changes as always. Things that create effect does not exist, despite the fact that it does. Or maybe it doesn't because, okay, never mind. I'm not rebuilding the project. I'm just importing the source directly. Okay, so the only problem that I have right now is that the callback cannot change. It's always static. So we sort of waste a lot of time recollecting the dependencies here. But we do need to do that in case a signal... Actually, we don't. I don't think we do need to do that. I guess it's safer to do that, just in case. I haven't used Motion, so I don't know much about inner workings of it. I'm here because I like the topic. Yeah, no worries. Sorry if I sound annoyed. It's just my voice. But callback can have if branches that use different signals. Yeah, that is true. Hold on, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, you're right. You are right. I was like, okay, but how would the branching change? But that's completely true, because we could have like if some like bool signal here, right? And then here we would use like signal A, and then here we would use signal B. Yeah, it's completely right. So it has to be this way. Okay, so is it? That's it. That's the ready effect. And this, can we break it though? I don't think we can. I'm trying to think of a way of break it. Unless somebody is like, oh, let me create a signal that like creates effect inside of it. But like, don't do that, I guess. Time well spent trying to comprehend signals when I learned solid.js leptos. I remember, did they change that in Solid? Because I have like a vague memory of them not allowing you to have signals in if statements. Or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm mixing it up with hooks in React. Maybe. I don't know. What were we doing? Hold on. So now the more important thing is a deferred effect, right? Because that's what we are here for. We are here for me not being able to spell deferred. Hold on. Oh, okay, I got it right. Hooks in React are not allowed to be used conditionally. Yeah, I know. That's why I consider that I may be mixing it up with hooks. Can we maybe like reuse this code though? What if, because it's basically the same as this, right? I feel like, yeah, we could just do this, right? This event raise. And that would immediately invoke this handler. To make sure it's invoked immediately. Okay, so the third context will probably have to use the scene with its lifetime callbacks. Lifecycle events on before render. Subscribe. Hold on. This wouldn't be handled dirty anymore. This would be just update or whatever. So if this that event is raised, because we only want to do this if actually something changed. Okay. How would we know that? Initially, is like the event raised by default, and I don't know about that. Because the getter requires the flag to be raised. Constructor, and I believe constructor, okay. When the value is set, it marks itself as dirty. So actually, oh, this is gonna be nicer. And we're gonna do the same thing here. So on before render, okay, I guess this should be a property and not a function, and not a method. Okay, let's see if this still works as expected after this little change. We have update, and then we still have update. Okay, that works. What about unsubscribing though? Because I did not test that. So let's try to go back to 2 after unsubscribing, and that shouldn't do anything. Yeah, we go to 1 and then the signal is no longer active. Okay, so now let's try to create like 2 separate signals. Right, for like X and Y. So this way we have like, we have an effect that observes two separate signals at the same time. And normally, if we were to change them at the same time, it would call it twice. In the case of the normal create effect. Okay, so let's see how many times is it being called. It's called once at the beginning, and then twice. Okay, and technically, changing it to create the third effect. Which we don't export yet. Effect context, hold on. Oh. Okay, now it's updating once at the beginning. Yeah, and then it's just one update at a time. Awesome. Actually, I guess we could just log X and Y. Yeah, it logs them once at a time per frame. So technically that should be it. Now let's change this to update as well, because why not? There are some additional improvements that we could get here, but I'm not sure if they are worth it. For example, we could keep track of the previous values of our dependencies. And then not update if these dependencies are equal using the equal reference operation. That could help a bit, but it would only really, help with cases where like somebody is setting the same value multiple times to like the same value, like this. Because right now this is gonna dispatch this function 3 times if I'm correct. Okay, it's even better. It called it twice. That's interesting. This will break if create effect is not deterministic. For example, if math random is used inside create effect, but you don't use what? Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah, but you're not supposed to use undeterministic things in Motion Canvas. If you want a random value, you do use random, and then you just console log random. If I could type. Jesus Christ. No, it's not next. What is it? Next float, for example, right? From 0 to 1. Because we want the random values to be the same each time you rerun the animation, right? So like if you add math random here, you're gonna mess up. You're gonna have bigger problems than create effect not working. Yeah, but I think you're right. I think it's not necessary right now. I keep forgetting that we are in animation scope. Yeah. But like the thing is, like it's not even true here. Because what is happening right now? Look at this. If I set this all to 2, now it's gonna be only called once. Because signals already check it, right? Signals are already like, oh, the value that you just set is the same as the current value, so I don't care. This would really only be an issue if a signal is calculating its value, right? So if we return signal X here, maybe, and let's not use signal X here. Now changing X. Now this should invoke this function 4 times, if I'm correct. Which I sometimes I am. Well, not in this case, I guess. Oh wait, because X is still not changing. Yeah, okay, so I don't know how we would have to do that to actually break this. I guess, okay, if we change the compute function here to something different that still returns the same value. Now it's gonna be called 4 times, please. Yeah, okay. But this is such an obscure edge case. Like, I don't think people even know that they can change the compute function inside of a signal at runtime like that. Are you going to provide a customization point to a user to allow a deep comparison or referential comparison? No. I mean, depends, but like, what for, right? Because again, like, you know, this is like the, how to put that diplomatically, this whole animation software is like the worst idea ever in terms of optimization, because in order to like seek here, I need to restart the entire generator and like regenerate it all the way through. So like we're not really like performance focused, if that makes sense. So I don't think if fine-tuning the algorithm for like checking for a change would be really that useful to people using this software. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Do you still want a whole page with all shortcuts that can be modified? Yeah, I would like to have rebindable key shortcuts, yeah. Probably somewhere here in settings. But that is a major like architectural restructure of the current UI package. Because right now, you know, everything is just hard-coded. And I got one pull request that tried to implement something like that, but they relied on hooks to sort of register what events are needed. So like there would be a hook inside of the timeline component that would register like, oh, here's the shortcuts that I need. But like you can hide this, right? And this component is now not being rendered. But I still want to be able to, you know, use my shortcuts, like going left and right, which are related to the timeline. But yeah, so like it's a lot of work is what I'm trying to say. But yes, I would like to. Man, I'm so verbose for no reason. Yes, diplomatic response to avoid future losses. That a good approach. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? I really wish you could clone generators at their current state. I have no idea why JavaScript still doesn't have that feature. Yeah, that would be really, really cool. When you clone a generator, what should we do with captured state? Clone it deeply or shallowly? Let me access it from a web worker. That would be cool. Just like clone the entire state of the engine. Diplomatic response to avoid future losses that a good approach, and in this day and age we don't know whom we're going to offend. What are you talking about? What losses? I don't know, dude. I think you missed the chat. I don't know. I'm not gonna try to understand it and just move on. So now some tests would be useful here. Probably, maybe. How do we test signals? I'm interested in contributing to the project, and I think maybe one could use decorators and generate a list of all used shortcuts from code at build time. That would be interesting, yeah. I feel like, you know, the most sort of normal approach would be to just have them registered somewhere in one place and then use them in another, right? Though this, then we would need to account for plugins and the fact that they probably want to register their own shortcuts as well. You said I'm going to reply to you in a diplomatic way. It's just a joke. I don't get it. Can you explain the joke to me? Create effect. What do we want to test for? Is invoked, excuse me, right after creation. Maybe just after creation. Oh, my throat, what is going on? Excuse me for a second. Okay, I had a drink of water, maybe it's gonna help. Invoked right after creation. Oh my god, how do we do that? We need to observe, we need to mock a function, right? And I do not remember how to do that. Mock functions. Okay, so we can just make a function like that. I love this so much. Yeah, it's totally jest. Thank you. Amazing suggestion. And now we just expect callback to be called one time. Oh no, just to be called, I guess. And we don't need this. Okay. Let's see. Okay, okay. Class extends value undefined is not a constructor or null. But it extends dependency context. I feel like it struggles with with what? Let's try running it from within npm. Okay, that's annoying. I know this error because I've seen it before. It's like when, but they're not using rollup though, because it usually happens with rollup when it rearranges the imports in a way that sort of makes the value that we're trying to access undefined because it's defined later in the code. But I don't know what should cause it here in this specific example. Maybe let's expose the deferred effect context, yeah, and effect context here. I'm not sure if it's gonna fix it. I hate when things don't work like this. Create effect is running, right? And it's probably gonna fail. Yeah. When you're online for a very small comment, you can attract people who disagree with you, or IRE. I'm not sure what that word means. A diplomatic way is the best way to make everyone happy, even though you put your point forward. Now I think it might confuse people. Okay. So you got like sued over the internet, or I don't know if I should like interpret this Literally, because it sounds like you said something on the internet and you got sued for that or something. Because the reason why I say to put it diplomatically is because I find it funny to say that. Like that's the reason why I say that. Because I just think it sounds funny to put it diplomatically, which is like, to be honest, 80% of the time for me to say something is because I just find it funny to say. I don't know where I've heard this phrase before. Okay, so VTest is not particularly enjoying this new addition. Not literally, it's just a joke that people get angry very easily. Okay. So it's a good thing we don't get angry very easily then, I guess. Thinking about trying to break it on purpose, but how would I do that? I wonder, this may work actually. I wonder if I build this as a bundle, because this is gonna use rollup as well. I mean, I don't know if VTest uses rollup. I don't think it does. But I just want to see if this problem will occur in this situation. Okay, that's gonna be a nightmare to decipher. So maybe get rid of Terraser for now. Now, signal context extends dependency context, but it's just a class. Nothing's weird with it, and the class is declared below. Wait, 3232 3329. No, so it's above. Okay, so it's everything should be working fine on this front. So if I just go, where is this? Hold on. If I just go here and run the signal test, will that work? It don't. Okay, that's crazy. Why does it work? But like importing create effect is breaking it. Is this just the action of importing it? No, okay. Is it just the action of calling it? Okay. So the other file just doesn't work, I guess. What if I hide this and then hide this and then just call it like that? This is literally the same code as before. Like, it's just a different function. Okay. Final test. I'm just gonna copy paste this here. This is literally the same code. No tests were found. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay. Just importing works. Just calling it works. I think I know what the problem is. And if that's the case, it's crazy. So I need to create a signal beforehand, otherwise... Or maybe it's not even about creation, it's just about accessing this value so that it's actually imported. Yeah, oh my god, I hate this so much. Okay, but it's okay, because we're gonna be importing signals anyway in other test suits, so like... I guess I'm just gonna live with it. Invokes after creation. Invoked after creation. Invoked when dependencies change. Not invoked after unsubscribing. Okay. So here we're gonna expect callback to be called. Here we're just gonna access the values. And now this should be called ×2. No, we also need to change these. So let's do like 2, 3, and then B is gonna be 3 and 4, and this should be called 5 times. Once at the beginning during the creation, and then once for each and every single one of these instances. And this should be called only 3 times. Okay, now we're actually importing the create signal, so it should work. Yeah. Can I just do this? No. Yeah, I know that it's not used, but I need to use it. I mean, I guess I don't need to compute them, I can just call them. It doesn't really matter as long as they are invoked. Okay. I asked this already, but missed it if you answered. Are you from the origin country of IKEA? Dude, don't be cringe. What are you talking about? I'm from Poland. It's so funny when like when people think that I'm from Poland and they ask me and I'm like, yeah, I'm from Poland, and they're like, I knew it. But like for every person like that who guesses correctly, there's like 10 people who think that I'm from like Germany or something. The other day somebody was like, is this guy from, what did that person say? Is this guy from uh oh my gosh, I don't remember. It was also some Nordic country, but like that person said because these people are usually good at motion design or something like that. So like, what are you talking about? Origin country of IKEA, by the way. All right. I don't think we can test the deferred effect though. You know, the function that definitely needs a test because it's a bit convoluted. But yeah, we don't have a setup that would allow me to have an entire scene instance, I think. I think I have that in 2D test suite, but not. Is that how you say that? I asked this already. You sound Polish, but why is your patron with SEK? Dude, patron displays your currency. What are you talking about? Or is that something I set up at MAO? Yes, it is something that you set up. Gosh. I'm not Swedish either. Okay. I love how you went to like my Patreon. I mean, that's cool that you went there. You know, consider supporting the channel. But it's in my about section on YouTube. Like that's. I feel like you would. It's much easier to reach that information from there. Yeah, but not on GitHub. Okay. What are we trying to do now? I think this is ready. Presumably, we also need some documentation for it. And I presumably need a break. It's gonna be back to you in 5 minutes, as always. Okay. What are we doing? I suppose documentation. Oh, excuse me. Had to adjust my mic. Actually, before I move on to that, I just want to check something now that we have these effects. I want to try and implement something using them. I'd like to try and create like a bunch of circles appearing on the screen, but with animation. And I wonder if it's possible. Right, so I'm gonna create a reference to this node. It's gonna be my parent. And this is where create deferred effect would come into play probably. There's an issue with this though, because I need to know the last count. Right, and then this is my new count. If new count is the same as the last count, we just return. And now this one is a for loop. From last count to new count. Okay, whatever. This is trash. But what would happen then? Last count is equal to new count. No, because we need to account for shrinking as well, right? So presumably we would like define it here. We start from the last count, and then we iterate upwards until we hit the new count, and then we need another loop. And this time, while we are bigger than the new count, we want to decrement this value, right? So this would be, here we would add new elements, and here we would remove the ones that are above new count. I think it should work like this. So initially it's not gonna do anything because it's equal to 0. Okay, and then we're gonna try to set the count to, let's say 2. Then we're gonna yield. Then we're gonna set the count to 4. Then we're gonna set the count to 1. We're gonna see if it actually works. So I feel like this is a really common pattern, so I kind of want to get a sense of how it will work like. Can you please do a live where you edit motion canvas animations for your YouTube videos? It would be really cool because your animations look beautiful. Thanks so much. I will think about this once I start working on the next video later this month. But I don't know if it wouldn't be too distracting, to be honest. I feel like doing something as long as you have a goal is kind of doable on a live stream. But when it comes to like making art, when you just kind of wanna, you know, do whatever you feel like doing, I feel like I would struggle with that. But we'll see. Okay, so at the very beginning, we add 0 and we add 1. That's correct. Then we add 2 and add 3. That's also correct. And then we should remove 3 and 2 and 1. No. So I guess the I is incremented first, and then we do the comparison. So this should probably either this or just lower the number, right? Oh, see, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Here's the problem. We're not rendering every frame when seeking, which means that our deferred effect is not being invoked, you know, whenever the value changes, but it's only invoked once. Like here, if I go from the very beginning, right, only these 2 additions were made, and then I go here, and all we did was just remove 1. Okay, so that's a huge problem. That's definitely not how we want it to work. We can't really use this then. No, we're gonna need something else in the scene. like presumably next. Oh, that's a really old API that does absolutely nothing. But that it is kind of what we need. If although right now it is updated each iteration, so this may be invoked multiple times per frame. In case there are any promises that are trying to be resolved. Which I guess would be okay. Let's just put it together quickly, see what's gonna happen. I don't know how to call it to make sense. Because this would be called after each step. Wait, where's the function? The scene. After each step of the main generator, but before rendering. Let's call it like this for now. And there's gonna be nothing here. Oh, so this is like the worst way of implementing it, because render events were designed for like context related things specifically. But at the same, they are cool because they're automatically cleared. And it doesn't matter, I just want to test if this would work. Oh, and what's wrong with this? Why won't you allow me to dispatch this? Expected what one argument? Yeah, but this, there is nothing here. Okay, and then we're gonna clear all of these. Okay, and now with all of this set up, we should be able to just use on after generator step to see what's gonna happen. All right, immediately better. So first of all, add 0, add 1, add 2, add 3, remove 3, remove 2, remove 1. Okay, and if I seek backwards, yeah, it's going through all of these correctly. Yeah, so now we can just like add a circle here, like whatever. Let's make it like size 80 x is gonna be like I times whatever 120, like fill white. Scene is not available in the current context. Oh, ooh. That's a bummer. Where is it? It's gonna be available here. Okay, so we have 2 circles. Yeah, and then we get the new ones, and then also we don't want to add this to the view, to the parent. Oh, and so technically we shouldn't need the last count. No, maybe we do. Never mind. We probably do. This should maybe work, maybe. Start with 2, then we add 4, and then we are back to 1. Okay, let's add some more spacing between these two. Okay, awesome. Oh hey, this is still going. What are we up to? I don't know. Doing random stuff in Motion Canvas, trying to implement effects, which I'm testing currently. The idea is to sort of invoke a callback whenever a value of a signal changes, kind of like in any other UI library. And now I'm trying to do a little count signal where as I change the signal, the number of circles changes. And now I would like to actually animate them instead of just making them appear, because that's like the main feature of effects, is that it's gonna allow you to do these sort of things. So I can now spawn circle.scale towards 1, I guess, 1, like this. And we start with scale 0, and now technically they should just animate on the screen, or not. Use thread can only be called from within generator functions. Okay, that's gonna be That's gonna be a huge problem. Man, if we cannot spawn generators from here, then that's a bummer. I guess I could cheat this as well. I think. I'm not even sure. What is this? Yeah, this is a thread generator. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, different approach. I wonder if I could call it from within here. This is a thread generator. Yeah, and technically this while loop, like at the end here, this is gonna be like, this is gonna be invoked each time a step is taken. $256 steps. No, 236 steps. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we start immediately with the first one, and the second, third, fourth, fifth. But yeah, it looks like it's exactly what we need. So let's use scene. Access this this private property that may or may not exist. And just do this. Thread is not available in the current context. Where's the thread being set up then? Thread next is doing start thread and then end thread. Okay, so it's like per thread basis. Okay. For now, I'm just gonna steal the first thread. So I'm really desperate to make this work. Okay, now it's technically doing something, but we broke this. What if I don't spawn these? Yeah, so I'm assuming the problem is just calling this. Oh wait, okay, hold on. I removed the yield at the end. Quite important. Yeah, I think it, okay. Okay, and now the only problem was that the appearing animation was taking too long. Let's make it 0.3 and let's increase the size of this. Right, and now, yeah, they appear. And we can probably also make them disappear. So, child scale down to 0. No, this one down to 0. And then at the end, we're gonna just remove it entirely. Okay, what about now? Okay. It's kind of even working. Sadly, I don't think we can make the animations overlap or cancel them. So the time is, if the time between changing the values is shorter than the actual animation, it's not gonna work. Okay, that's good to know. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Just create 4 files and everything would work. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about this. But I feel like that's enough for now. I'm gonna slowly be finishing this live stream. I will not be streaming tomorrow because next week I wanna try a different schedule, which means that instead of streaming, 24 hours from the beginning of this stream, I'll be streaming 32 hours. So it's gonna be, no, excuse me, 36. It's gonna be flipped by 12 hours. Just out of curiosity. So, maybe if this time is not suitable for you, maybe that other is gonna be better. I wanna try it out for a few days, see how it's gonna work out. So yeah, that's gonna be technically Monday, but depends where you are on this planet. Okay. All right. So thanks for tuning in for the live stream. Yeah, I will not particularly productive live stream, but then again, it is Saturday. I do not care. I'm gonna see you again sometime, somewhere. I don't know. Bye bye. Have a great, day, night, whatever.